Alright, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Ooh. I think I think my throat might have a little bit of a problem voice acting today because I was an idiot and ate before stream, and this usually causes me problems when I'm doing voice acting. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. Anyway, hi everyone, how's it going? Welcome back to another Limbus Company stream. I hear today's a very special day, as far as Limbus Company is concerned. Maybe not that special, but we do have a Intervallo after a couple of months of no other content. No other story content anyway. But yeah, Intervallo time, which means we're getting ever so closer to Kanto 10. But I think we have another Walpurgis and another Intervallo after this, and then we get to Kanto 10? The much anticipated Kanto 10. So, yeah. Has anyone rolled for the new IDs? I just saw the video for the IDs, and it's like, dang, holy crap, this is the roadie I think most people expected. the very suited up Rhodia with the slick back hair. Though when I first saw this, she kind of reminded me a lot of Gregor's mother, and I don't know how I feel about that. Like, on one hand, this is probably what Gregor's mother looked like back in the day. On the other hand, I don't know the implications of this for all the Gregor Rhodia fans. Yeah, it's not gonna be good. That's all I'm saying. It's not gonna be good. But we are also, I guess we're also getting who is it? Yeah, we're getting Mursaw as a reward here, so I gotta farm up for that. I don't know, I feel like after I get all the other stuff over here, I don't really feel like farming for cosmetics and stuff. I mean, it is there. It is there to tell you, oh hey, you've gone through this, and now you gotta kind of have proof by this borders and such that you've done this before. But also, it's like, it's a bit of a pain. It's a bit of a grind. I don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. But yeah, I feel like we should get started though, because I mean, you know how long these things take, and there's a lot of stuff to go through. Anyway, if you want me to say hi to you, speak up in chat. I only see Troll Jinx right now, so hi Troll Jinx. And I'll greet everyone as they come in. So let's go and get started. I'm gonna go ahead and shrink myself. I'm gonna not use the box today. I'm gonna see how it works without the box. It seemed to work fairly well during the April Fool's event, so we'll go with this. View the first event story page to unlock. What is this thing? Oh, this is probably the just story stuff. Oh. Yeah, we have the medical bed for Gregor, right? At the end of the canto, Gregor has been put in the infirmary because of his freak out, to say the least. So, all right, funeral. Well, I guess technically speaking, there were a lot of people that died back in the canto, so that makes sense. How does a funeral in the city look like? I would like to see. Should be interesting. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Yeah, because I mean, lives are a dime a dozen in the city, and I'm surprised that anyone would actually hold a funeral for anyone else around here. It's like, dang, with so many people dying, is a life even worth anything anymore? I don't know. I guess it still is for some people. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersaw, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette. All manner of questions for pointers. Right. Right. I guess this is a book spoiler, if you want to call it a book spoiler. Maybe it's not so much a spoiler, because if you know anything about Mersaw, you probably know a little bit of his backstory anyway. Like, his mother in the book died. His mother also died in this game, in Limbus Company. He has mentioned that in the trailers before, but there is one key difference between the book and here that, as far as we know, is still accurate. His mother died in the book, but here, he killed his mother. Not sure exactly how that played out. I'm gonna assume that maybe his mom turned into a distortion or something, and that's probably why he had to do that. And then the whole funeral process. There was a gigantic funeral home thing. I was reading a little bit of the Stranger, and I'm thinking maybe if people are interested in it, we'll do the Stranger read along, or I do the Stranger voiceover for the book. I did try, but it's a long read. It's a long read, though maybe not as long as some of the cantos. How many pages is this actually? The Stranger is about 70 something pages. I feel like it's about 70 something pages. Not even 70 pages. Oh no, it is 70 pages. 75. Hey Dahlia, welcome. How's it going? We just started the Intervallo and talking a little bit about the difference between Mersaw in the book and Mersaw in here. Though, so far, I find it interesting that we're mourning at all. Because, you know, we killed a lot of people. We killed a lot of people, and a lot of people die regardless of us killing them. So, yeah. Limbus Company is based on a book. Limbus Company itself is not based on a book, but the characters in Limbus Company are all based on different characters from different books. Like we have Don Quixote, which obviously is from Don Quixote. Mersaw is from The Stranger. And I think currently we just finished Kanto 9, which is Ryoshu. Ryoshu is from something called Hellscreen, which is a Japanese book. I don't know much about it, and I tried looking up stuff about it, but it gets there's not a whole lot that I could pick out. Hello, Washed Up Grade 9 Fixer. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, we'll keep rolling. We'll keep rolling. Yeah, so they're asking Mersaw on how to, I guess, act during a funeral right now, since he had to deal with his mother's death, both in book and here. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Placement and gesture. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. What is it? Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourself with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals at all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. There's a manual for funerals? Are you serious? I find that funny. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. That is a lot of pages. I miss Martin. I also kind of miss Martin. He didn't really get a whole lot of characterization before he had to go. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Did we? I don't remember if there was a funeral back in T-Corp. I don't remember. Ah! Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. I don't think that was quite a funeral. Back in Wuthering Heights, I don't know if that was a funeral. I wouldn't call it a funeral. At least not in that sense. It was more like a gathering of all the family members and their entourage to discuss the... what do you call this? What's that legal thing that happens when someone dies? Discussing of the will? Distributing inheritance after the will and stuff, of the will and stuff. I think that's more what it was more like. The atmosphere at that time wasn't very good, not because they were mourning, but because everyone was like, you know, typical British, upper class, typical British rich people disputes and whatnot for that. So, yeah. Did you get a microphone upgrade? Depending on when you joined last time, either way, it's not a microphone upgrade, but I did tweak some sound stuff, yes. But I don't know how long ago it was since I did this. It's probably been a while, but yeah, I did tweak some stuff. Yeah, this one. Bereft of the dead, I mean someone had to have died. Because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the WIFI Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity? How do you say this word? Anonymity? Anonymity? To prevent family strife. Anonymity. Okay. Intentional anonymity it is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. Oh, all right. All right. This. Oh. Everyone forgot about Kathy. I forgot about that. So Kathy was not named after everyone forgot about that. The stuff still happened, but no one knew who Kathy was except for Heathcliff. Crap, I forgot about that. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I've thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter. Yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. Yeah, that's because Kathy deleted herself. Or did we help her delete herself? I think we helped her delete herself. That's what it was. Yeah. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, isn't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research of his dead sisters, for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realize, it was that anything tied to Catherine had been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. Any other upgrades? Nah, just audio tweaks and maybe some tea. That's about it. That's all you really need. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of the funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals. But apparently not, huh? No, I mean, people, if they're all respectful, would not be having arguments during a funeral. It's only people with special interests that have arguments, especially with the wills and stuff. No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Yeah, because everyone dies all the time. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time off just because an irrelevant someone has died. And the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Japan fixed that problem by cremating everyone. So I guess cremation isn't a thing in the city from the sound of it. I don't know if cremation is a thing in South Korea either. That's something to think about. Because this is a Korean game, so I'm assuming some of it also comes from that. Then what other options do people usually have? We usually just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone just like that. Right, sweepers. Sweepers cleaned up the dead bodies. Could Araya Shiki kill an arbiter? I don't know if Araya Shiki could kill an arbiter. That would have to assume that Ryoshu could even make contact with the arbiter. But then again, if you were here at the end of that kanto, you kind of know there's huge drawbacks to doing that. So yeah, it might not work for too long. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, huh? Rumors. You know, rumors about where being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being made fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongyuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they would lose a burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. OTO's foolishness, all of it. Cremation's more common than burial nowadays in South Korea? Gotcha. Comforting the soul of the departed? Another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? I feel like it's a little bit of both, maybe, because he has lost some friends from this. Whichever was truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with a crackle of firewood. So, I suppose we'd be leaving now? Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Right, Gregor's still in the infirmary. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against a thumb nurse father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there was no cause for concern, but how is he overall? Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Oh, how is he mentally then? So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Sinclair? Huh? Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. Oh yeah, that did happen too. The higher-ups didn't waste a single second green lighting the project, which means that what I'm telling you is more of a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Yeah, human experimentation is never a good thing, but I mean, we'll get him back at least. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk to therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. You have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research. Oh, okay. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time. Our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Oh wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? Not going with him? It's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but With the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research project in my book. Marginally. Time off is always good after you're being overworked a little bit. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true. Your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. Yeah, that's terrible. But then again, if you're in the city, maybe time off isn't the best thing to do. I mean, like, where the heck would you even go around here? As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh? Do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also, to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. What should I do? Except Ryoshu. What's Ryoshu doing? She's just smoking as usual? The only ones keeping me company were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around with thick cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? She's gone back to the Discord. You seem to have something to say. You seem to have something to spare, man. Oh wait, you seem to have some time to spare. Can't read. As I stood there wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who I apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather inconvenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA says CH. I think we're gonna need double the translation. One for Dante and one for Ryoshu. Sinclair's not here to translate for Ryoshu. But what did he say again? What kind of assistance? Right, says the clockhead. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? But someone is an interpreter for the interpreter. How's that gonna work? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation, and I misclicked, into yet another linguistic form equally demanding it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Interpretation. I don't think I've ever heard that before. But yeah, when you need an interpreter for your interpreter, it's usually not a good it's not a good sign. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before continuing to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. So Don Quixote? Who else who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is the bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there. Why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Run away while you can. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. And here, Hohenheim sweet-talking people to do his work. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Speak thy quest. Pray speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation to the manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proved to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh-ho! That is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Cinerioshus. Are you done with the Discord call, Faust? They are asking what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that you're meddling in the present circumstance. It's a welcome one. It was simply what the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently bearable. What? Okay, what did you say? What did you say? Simply that the irrationality and efficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. She didn't like what was going on, so she stepped in herself. Okay, that's what I got from that. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and sinner number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. So, do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA, she is enjoying this. House of Spiders right away. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust? Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. Gregor? Are we gonna get Gregor to walk back over there? One more member. Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Oh! Right! That one. Everyone died in the House of Spiders except her. Kira. She has regained consciousness. How did you push her back together? I'm guessing some K-Corp ampules were used to keep her guts from spilling over. So that medical bed wasn't for Gregor, that medical bed was for Kira. Oh, okay. I did see some leaks from artists, but I thought that was like mainly fan art that, you know, that made a lot of sense. And then I saw the actual sprite, and it's like, oh, wow, it's was it a leak or was it actually spot on? I don't know. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more of an interrogation chamber, with a medical bed. A very modern medical bed, and not a medical bed that I would expect to see in the city. I don't know, I just had a feeling it'd be a little bit different. Though every single medical equipment installed around it seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well-equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? So I want to ask how expensive the other options are, if this counts as reasonable. Well, this is the most basic option and still works. The rest of the others are like science fiction worthy. A windowless room thick in the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. Well, she seems to be pretty chill. We'll get a closer look at her once she's fully lighted. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when from when I'd seen her through the Sinner's shared vision. Alright, let's take a better look at her. Let's see. Well, I think the only thing that's kind of missing from her... Wait, what did she have a... Did she have a mask before, or did I misimagine that? No, I think what happened last time is that her coat was like fully zipped up and stuff, and her hoodie was on. So she seemed a lot more covered, but now... now you can see the tracksuit underneath and I guess a sports bra, as well as the part where she got sliced in half. Which, surprisingly, she's the only one that survived, but I guess considering the circumstance of all the other deaths, she was the easiest one to probably recover before she actually died for real. She had her hood on, also missing tattoos and chains. I see. I don't think we saw these tattoos on her, what do you call this? On her arms before, right? Is this where the chains were? Are these the marks where the tattoos used to be? No, not the tattoos. The chains used to be? Though it also does look like it's tattoos and they were like cut up to make them not as useful anymore. Because tattoos in the city, or at least in the city in general, aren't just for decoration, they're also for augmentation. Which, if real tattoos were also for augmentation, can you imagine how much more expensive tattoos would be? And how many people would actually get that? I feel like that would have to be regulated somehow. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We're waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what you even doing here? There is work to be done, contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion of the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. Okay, so she's not House of Spiders anymore, she's prisoner, which makes sense. No TV, no comic books. Just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, what the heck is I guess you can't tell what he's like. Why do we use these words? They're too big. Imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Unbothered, thank you. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. So they're gonna get rid of her if if she's not gonna cooperate? Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. And yeah, okay. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn off a he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Oh, so you anticipated some form of corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate, such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of the great brother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information, without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. Funny, they're trying to be a little bit ethical with this, but they're like the bare minimum ethical, especially when you consider how screwed up the city is, which is interesting. What happens when she runs out of secrets to share? My guess is, after she's done sharing all the secrets she could possibly share, they might try to employ her in, like, bodyguard duty or something, you know, because she could still be useful for that. I can't imagine that they just kill her. Not LCE anyway, but then again, considering who runs the LCE, yeah, like, it could happen. It could happen. Well, I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so friggin' annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LC had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? For maintaining ethics, I trust Hohenheim more than Chesed. I don't remember how bad Chesed actually was. I just know the Sephira in general. While not like perfect people or anything like that, they all had their faults. I don't know. I don't remember how he was. I was still caught in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. That's not true? Nah, I'm pretty sure he sliced you. If we're going technically, he didn't stab you. He cut you from the back. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out? Yeah, almost everyone in the House of Spiders was thrown into the House of Spiders for some... what do you call this? For some... well, crap, what's the word? Infraction of some sort? Except for Rian. He's the only one I think that was there because someone told him to be there. But not because he did anything in particular. That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. A great brother but only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the ST for the bowl cut too. ST... it's the... what's ST? Standard? Same taste? Oh, young Ryoshu, could it be thou dost harbor a passionate zeal for the fixer? I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. Wait, who was she talking about? Same treatment for me, his brat. Not surprising, it's the same taste for the bowl cut too. The bowl cut? Who is she talking about when she says bowl cut? So, what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll sink right this instant. Come quietly, or I'll sink this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. She actually can talk normally. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty axe straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? Now talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked? Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day that keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with your talking weird-ass abbreviations? I wonder if she remembers. Like sink? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryosha didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. Do you think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides... no, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause... well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. I guess technically speaking, that's what it comes down to. Huh. Yeah, you're the jerk sprats after all. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. There's a code to unsheath your blade, wow. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. I feel like she, even without all the precautions, she would probably, you know, she'd cooperate. I'm just... She's like, what the heck is going on here? Why are we going back there? Is there a need to? Oh, surprisingly I can use everyone except... Well, of course we can't use Gregor. But I'm surprised we can use everyone despite them doing their own thing. Let me... We're just gonna have a little fun with the the team comp. So who do we use here? Let's use some burn. Why not? Let's use some burn. But I'm gonna change Ryoshu. I'm gonna change Ryoshu to use gun. Let's see who we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I need to change these. I just had these for... I just had these for different, for like, mirror dungeon stuff. Alright. Oh hey, we're in the art gallery! Finally. Only a few days had passed since our visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people hither be? Thither. Oh, W? Why is there a W here? You're not from W Corp, are you? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is the team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company, that's a new one. A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has on prior occasion been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. That company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. So, what about the trains? Are we gonna have trains anymore? Probably for the best that we don't. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you provided is more than sufficient. Oh, that's what he looks like underneath? That's not what I expected. Okay. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I heard some great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T Corp as leverage to push your products. And the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Yeah, we're not really in this for the money. Yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward with working on you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. Shiomi was not kicked from the finger, she just got kidnapped. Dang, that's probably worse. She quietly came to my side and answered my question earlier while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He is referring to the Monolith Sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB, at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T Corp's executive director. Oh yeah, that guy. The top hat guy. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now, I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect. As detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Onk in his room. Robo-Onk. I guess technically he was. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human material! Did you not look at under the sheets here? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. The backstreets? Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. Okay, and he did not take kindly to that. What? That's literally all I got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. Wow! This guy does not mess around despite how he looks. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch from Alan. Gah! I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what matter of discourtesy is this? Ah. With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. If the level of warning would not be inappropriate, that would be on us, not you, sir. Not you. Even Hohenheim didn't take kindly to that. Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walks off scot-free? So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Sinna Ryoshu, give Manager Allen whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But I, H, and I, where they actually lead. It's all blurry. Heck? Not... Wait. I have no idea. Oh yeah, I have no idea. Okay. I have no idea where that one actually leads. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then. I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Sinna Ryoshu mentioned. Huh, you don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. It is very colorful. It is an art gallery. And having just recently gone through this part in Look Outside yesterday, I'm reminded of all the taxidermy stuff that I saw. And this doesn't actually shock me compared to what I saw in Look Outside. Lots of taxidermy, holy crap. Actual animals and not people? That's a thing here? What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? It looks like... What is this? I can't even tell what this is, but it looks like a whale. We got a gorilla with a lobster claw in the back. It's a little hard to see though. We have something that looks like a snake. The usual head stuff, which I'm surprised are actually normal. A human hand. That's one of the things up here. Huh. Though I can see some people who do taxidermy probably would do this, but they like to preserve the animal more than try to mishmash them like this in general. The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale's just insane! That's the whale from 8 Association Great Lakes special issue! It's actually a whale? What? Something this small? Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It does. This is actually probably an art exhibit I would visit. Like, it's not as disturbing as a human art exhibit that, you know, that we're so used to the ring on making. This is actually not bad. It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're... not, duh. The Robo-Onk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way that she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. I don't think this is Don Quixote's thing. She's not really into this. She even looks disturbed? I don't know what to call this expression. Don Quixote? The Eye of a Second Kindred of House Tepes? What's it doing here? Oh! The Eye of... The Eye... Oh, jeez. That's not something I expected. So someone got the Eye of... I'm assuming Alucard, not Dracula, in here. What? How did you recognize that? That it came from that one particular person? It could be any other red eye, but it's like, wait, they got it from a kindred? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning more on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked like as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. They have discovered us and they're gonna come through, and that's why we got the IDs for these people. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Ah, yes. These guys will also wear their animal taxidermies. Music's pretty nice. Hold up. Let me bump that up just a tiny bit. There we go. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks, staring directly at us. Kira does not like this, I see. That presence, it's kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way, that's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. We have done many raid bosses, Kira. This should be okay, but we may not have enough people. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling, fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? Oh, you talking to Ryoshu? You, who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been what I was when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon, praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, wasn't it? That's right. Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still as sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. Don't presume. I only remember you because of you tactically hide. Wait, tactily? I only remember you because the Tactility. Tactility. Okay. I only remember you because of the tactility of hides and guts. Made for a passable AW. What's an AW? Artwork? At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with a maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members an interesting glare, sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my voice to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid that the progress and speed of the lockdown sequences lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, it seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here will be quite the fascinating specimen to the artist of the ring. We are practically a windfall for inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Yeah, what will these guys not make into artworks? What happened to just using rock and paint? Not made of animal or human parts. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is a wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow on my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. SAT? Think of that woman as Lei Heng, and do as you did in CH's mansion, Heathcliff's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with a golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, there's the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine. The gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste... Oh! She can't unsheath the sword! Oh, wow. I guess, I mean, Araya is still technically alive. Araya is not letting her draw the blade. That is funny, actually. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Arayashiki no longer exists. So why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryosha recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. Wait. Emile Benoit is a girl? I can't even tell unless they actually say it outright. I'll keep the voice up. I like the voice anyway. The wound looked nothing more than a light gash, yet the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood in Ryosha's arm and her own as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why? It's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty, then sees a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone but by ligaments, that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I would have said that I admire the structural refinement. The thrice coiled ring on her finger, the ring on the ring finger, gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo, with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. But what the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising materials with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The Maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the Nurse Fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. Oh, we're getting CG for this? And looks like Kira is helping? As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. Let me just look at this really quick. So we got Kira here helping out, and here Ryoshi's like, the heck? Why can't I unsheath this thing? Because Araya won't let you. Araya won't let you. And the one who intercepted the blow, shit, was Kira, struggling to push back against a serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit, this wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Oh, this is what I remember. Yeah, she was all garbed up. But wait, did she have... I guess the chains are stored elsewhere? Or what? Because I would have thought they would have taken the chains from her. No, wait, I guess they gave it back for this one. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, huh? For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Ah, you must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it. They're defo gonna ditch me here. Why'd I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The Maestro lashed out again with a monstrous limb, but... This is a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the Maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Yeah, okay, Don Quixote, you tried to look cool, and we're gonna have to revive you, I think. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner number 3. Okay, can we just revive her right now? As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Oh, that's for real! This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized that the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that? You, don't just stand there. Get over here now. Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... UTTM, you talk too much. Wanna get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead. But... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the Maestro could cross over. Bowl cut. Think you can still use your arms? Ah, you're calling her bowl cut. I'm fine. So she says. Kira will be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross form a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, are we gonna use Malkuth again? Guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I called out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever... hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. We're gonna use Malkuth right here, instead of just using the sinners that we have on hand. I feel like we should have just done that. Oh hey, we got Kira! We got double Kira. We got double Kira. Is there anything interesting here, or is it just... Mauled color? Ah, bleed. Okay. Bleed and defense down. And we got sinking also. Anything else? Not really. First step is always but a single animal. And with every quest for art and ferity, another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. Got you. Alright. Dang. I think I kind of understand now why, Mersault has a False Vism ID, because he's also French. Unless it's just the Maestro who's French. I don't know. I feel like all of them could be French. Well, she's doing work, and she must be so confused right now. There's a clone of her with Ishmael. I would be. I guess these guys like bleed. I might have to switch to a bleed team after this. Then again, I don't think we can stack that much bleed on them. Ooh, very nice. Yeah, I feel like burn would be better in this case. Alright. Oh, was that our that was our Ishmael, not Kira. Where's Kira? How's she doing? We are getting staggered. That is not good. Dang, I feel like Burn's really only good in Mirror Dungeon. Okay, we definitely defend here. We definitely defend here. And you can do whatever over here. Nice. Dang, I like this Ryosho a lot. It's like guns for days. Yeah, it just keeps on spreading. We good? Ah, no, we got another group. Alright, is everyone good to go? Yes, we are. Let's do... Oh no, that only hits one. Alright, fine. Just go. Since they mentioned another house of Blood Fiends earlier, I kind of wonder if we're gonna see more Blood Fiends later. I kind of want to. Also, House of Tepes, just because. But I feel like that house would be legendary, because there's like it's Dracula. It's Dracula's house. Are we getting it? I saw Mersal do something, but... Oh, there he is. He's finally shooting. I guess also technically with Arayashiki, it still does its thing of erasing memories. So... Araya definitely doesn't want that. Gonna keep a really tight hold in that sword until everything's cleared somehow. Damn, we got a lot of scratches on us. It's only the first door and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me? Weirdos. We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD? What's that? Same difference. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's W-A. Huh? Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This by all means counts as a flawless expedition, and you are starting to feel like an utter piece of crap. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Favis won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock, and those Favis beasts have endured a long-standing faction within the ring. If they got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. Eh? They could always rush us for a surprise attack, though. Even that Favis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? Hey, Don Quixote, welcome back from being paced. The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. So exactly what are we doing here? We're just like investigating, clearing things up, but also making sure these things don't spill in. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Yeah. It would be nice at least, you know, if Araya could appear like a stand for Ryoshu, if like a ghostly stand, but no, that I don't think that's gonna happen. Araya is just gonna be the scabbard itself. Ryoshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown, and that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint was seen by all, indeed? Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as I thought it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. If only she could speak right now. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, do you... Is it an SS? SS? A demon edge. An enchanted blade. Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. Oh wow, you actually picked that up? This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. That attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate. There is? In this place? Whose? Whom's?
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 애를 전부
It says
치워.
Limbus Company.
방지할
What?
사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I guess someone set up shop in here while we weren't looking. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spiderpire. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. I see, so they made this after the Kanto. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign and the manifestation possible future. Okay, something about Sinclair and his sign? And possible future? Right. Oh, that one. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were here all along? And everyone else too, I guess. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Where did Mursaw go? Was he with us? I don't think he was with us. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. Dante, did you not see what happened back there? Because you at least should have remembered what happened back there. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness a procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, and when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Oh, Vespa, what are you doing here? It was Vesa Crabbro, with a piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Is it a Kick Me sign by Ezra? Snack thief? Okay, no, it's equally petty, but not malicious. Manager. Karen is here too? What? Wait, so where's Virgilius then? Karen snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Verge, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood, as he says, still munching on said snacks. Karen super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. And he's still snacking. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from the back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karen forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Radio channel? Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karen peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think of burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. As he said, he's still munching. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Oh, wait a minute. I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. You know what? Honestly, Vespa is me. Vespa is me. If snack is out there in front of my face and no one seems to be eating it, I will eat it myself if it looks good. I'm just surprised that this is Vespa's little quirk. Just eating non-stop, or at least snacking non-stop. He took my snack too. Verge, kick his ass. Rodion Romanovich. Wow, I don't think we've ever seen her entire name before. I'm aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're trading the LCE supplies as well. Okay, so snack budget to Rhodia, and she's half as guilty as Vespa here. Yes, the ring furries, Jean, Smexy. Chill, that's been agreed upon, okay? Okay. Besides, that's that and this is this. You are no Roland. The lines on Virgilius' brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out with his endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of this research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers that nothing of particular significance came of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility of the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Yeah, it needs to pop up a little bit more, but I don't think we want it to pop out more. Fouls is a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. I thought that Sinclair's sign activated because he was pushed to activate it. Like, he was not really stressed, but I guess it was a stressful situation. But he kind of got into the zone, and like because of that, it triggered. It didn't have really anything to do with the place itself per se. By individual bearing signs, you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then... Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer. Or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, Fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is at best grounded in suppositively grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was the fundamental principles of the sign's workings may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see, then nothing came out from them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, so you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean, it's not like we can stop them, right? I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. Yeah, I guess since the whole Shijun thing, and I guess since sending him off with a smaller group during the House of Spiders thing, yeah. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle as exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so where did you go then? You just blacked out? Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggests? Okay, so basically what you're trying to say is that there's so many Sinclair possibilities out there that none, if any of them had memories of what happened, it's not going to come back to him. I mean, it's essentially they're separate at the end of the day. Only the Sinclair that experienced the event would remember anything. So if our Sinclair didn't see what happened, they wouldn't know what happened. It's a future Sinclair that would know about it. Not a certainty, but a possible interpretation. There you go again. More of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Yeah, Sinclair, how about you use a green coin? Can you use green coin now? Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out the trick that you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Oh yeah, that thing also. The Shijin training arc. Not just that, he was using that Mang technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is the glowing ring thing, anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, guys, you've seen it so many times already. Why are we just talking about it now? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you tough, real tough's one part of it. But there's gotta be more, right? Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it. That black Coney leader, that lay hang prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. Whole lot of them's finger, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel. But for even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Posh top-end trick. I think you just need to be a little bit more in tune with your emotions, is what I understood how Mang works. Without anyone particular prompting, the sinners slowly turned their gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. And he's still munching. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulate among elite fixers and association leadership. That there exists power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it. How-to tips, really, spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. The super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid? Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. Okay, so there's a lot more people who can use it out there, and not just the really strong ones that we've seen. It must be that mine eyes are not yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue, literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it. Videotape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, relieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Yeah, woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. Okay, more catch-up work for it. Yeah, we haven't been to Mephi in a very long time now. Ever since China. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will of manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. Ooh, are we going to be able to use Shin and Mang more reliably in the future? I mean, we do have some IDs that use Shin already, but not Mang. From what I observe, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Just anyone, huh? Are we gonna get like random mobs that can use Shin? That would be horrific to deal with. Vespa's brow visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius' lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon, huh? Well, it fits. I think he's got those yellow stripes on his clothes and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? Dang, I'm reminded of the Chainsaw Man. Thank you, Chainsaw Man. Thank you, Yellow Harpoon. Yellow Harpoon? Yeah, because you're yellow and you use a harpoon. the comic from Vespa and Moses. I heard about the Vespa eating Moses' arm at first, like a while back. I still haven't read Distortion Detective, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to ever get to it. But here's the thing I'm confused about. Was Vespa always with Moses, or did he just go crazy that one time and decided he wanted to eat Moses' arm? Because that's kind of crazy. He was hungry, and that's why he's eating all the time. Dang. That's kind of crazy. If I were to if I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yi Sang's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. The weakest of all sinners could even manifest Shin and Mang if he really wanted to. Wow. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, cause you're the wimpiest one here and dragging everyone else's levels down. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mang. He was just pure brute strength. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. It's also funny that when he mentions it like that, technically Araya was able to use Shin. And Araya's basically just, what, 8 years old? An 8-year-old using Shin? Excuse me? That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Vespa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever happened around LCE. Examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshi returned. I'm assuming there's gonna be a dungeon here, considering how we have point farming for this event. Dang, they're really not telling me how much progress we have here, but the first four episodes here have taken quite a while. I am assuming it's gonna be the usual 12 or 14 though. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that'll be the most appropriate description. Yes, the scabbard is an ego and basically a person by itself. You just don't know who or what it is, Ryoshu, because you kind of forgot that. Actually, no, I don't think she ever saw it, technically speaking. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshu's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if he had taken offense. I bet. Araya did not appreciate that. Mommy, you idiot! Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that can be defined as death at the moment. And she's technically not dead. She's just transformed? It's an ego, but she uses herself as an ego, which is different from the usual. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. So Araya's gonna be stuck like that for a while, unless somehow she decides not to be an ego anymore. Or they put her in something else, I don't know. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right, one of these days. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Sina Ryoshu's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, wow, he's schmovin? Yes. Further analysis of the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring near his father's quarters. That'll be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. They want to stay here, they want to snack, they don't want to work. I get it, I feel that. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Right, sorry. I forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, Executive Manager? We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the Executive Manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. Oh, Heathcliff, really? I guess you'd rather be bashing someone else's head right now rather than sitting back and eating some snacks. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick with your side. Wait, what is it? What did I skip there? Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. Our research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is what you order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. And I wish I could see Gregor right now. I want to see what Gregor's up to. Even though he is like still mentally unstable. He'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Yeah, I'm not exactly thrilled to see Alan again, but I guess we kind of have to. We're gonna be getting into another fight? No, actually, kind of surprised. No, never mind, we are gonna get into a fight. Oh, freaking course. We'll keep the team for now.
발목 잡지 않도록
Yeah, we good.
최선을 다할게요.
Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates, doors? Yep. That door over there? Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some canned whatever it was. And stuff from N-Corp? And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle? Papa'd go there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of her intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest door first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same, just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know, let's go for a walk. I wonder if that's when her dog got impaled. I don't recall much about it. That memory just now, could it be tied to Araya? let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is absolutely soaking. I don't think I've ever seen a place rain around here before. Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility. A welfare facility located within Ness. Most likely a park. Every sod walk in here dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. Yeah, I mean, Saru, I guess, was walked around here. The walk that past Ryoshu mentioned her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory. I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Oh wait, do we get to see it? Oh yeah, this is definitely afterwards. Yeah, I think they did something to Saru at this point. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Ah, no! Okay, no, Saru's mostly fine. Saru's mostly fine, just roughed up by being impaled, but I would have thought you know, I would have thought the ring nurse father would have done something at this point. But they seem okay for the most part. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there's connected to a park. We can go right now. That's a big dog. Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Ryoshu. Everyone was a sweet kid at one point. You know, unless they had to, like, grow up in the back streets or something. Hey, Clock. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, her memory seemed to manifest for everyone around. Just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means Kira also saw that too. Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random. What the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was with Lin Da-yu and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain. And I shut myself in my room crying. You were? Not someone else's? Not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Oh, that is... Okay, Callisto had good intentions, but holy crap, it's as messed up as, you know, as usual ring stuff. Basically turned Sato into a sword. Well, I mean, we kind of saw that back in Counter 9, but it's actually spelled out here. Yeah, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Ankh. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That Tanto was alive. It may as well be dead. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. A right nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after seeing all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things they called artworks were also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse fathers. So maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. He's not wrong, oddly enough. The uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in that grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, bloody hell. How do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it. But that bastard Callisto's installation artworks cause night terrors and nightmares for... Araya. Araya saw the Callisto's artworks and definitely was not great for her as a kid. Still a kid, technically. The skyward moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares, in the House of Spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. But we're getting into a fight with who? Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in a sheet of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Oh! There's Araya! Oh, there's Araya. Oh no. She's just a ghost now. Mommy. What's wrong? Over there. I thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time. but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Oh, wait. Why is the name actually... Oh, wait, she remembered this little bit? Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to your room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. But you remembered a little bit, just a tiny little bit. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void. It must be Araya. Oh, she at least recognizes that? The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here? Of course. We need fights, so these guys keep coming in. Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh, hidden behind a tent of sorts. Did Alan get chopped up? Those ring assailants from before? Dost thou not say thou hast sealed the door earlier? Then how do these villains come to stand before us once more? No, he's still here, unfortunately. They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it. You know what? If they want it, they can have it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does this artwork possess value in of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Yeah, some artists only get famous after their death. I wonder why though. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces would be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on the description plaques. Pretty unsavory. Then they may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Why? We keep on using Malkuth out of turn. I really wonder what's gonna happen once we finally use this correctly. I understand the language. What language do we exactly understand? There are a lot of words. And there's a lot of stuff happening. But you really need to dig into everything to get a feel for it. I need to lower the audio down just a bit. Holy crap. Maybe this much. Okay. French and Chinese. There is a lot of French with these guys. I'm just surprised Mersault isn't a huge part of this. But then again, this is Ryoshu piecing stuff together. I'm assuming Mersault's turn isn't gonna start until next Intervallo at least. And then maybe he'll finally, I don't know, maybe he'll finally get to do something. Let's see. What do these stacks do again? It's bleed and oh, the blue ones are SP loss. Oh, okay. If the middle uses their tattoos for self-augmentation, does that make the ring's tattoos more brands that, when forced to be applied, weaken the defenses? And the red ones are bleed and defense down. Some say the ring's paint is made from the same base material as augmentation tattoos. There are both nigh inedible pigments that may considerable amount to erase, yet alone bleach. Interesting. Alright. Let's just clean them all up. Well, good to see Kira's in good shape right now. Burn everything, come on. Or I guess just bleed everything. Oh my gosh, there's 8 more? There is 8 more of them. That's too many. That's way too many. Wow. We need more AoEs. Honestly, we need more AoEs. Thing with the AoEs though, I think they don't really have very high clash values. At least for Ryoshu, they don't have too high of a clash value. Can we... Oh wait, hold up. Which one is stronger? You know what? Go for it. Let's go and defend that. You just need to smash through them. Good lord. This is so extra. If only backwards clock was usable like this. Man, we have like slash marks everywhere. At least the sanity doesn't seem to be taking a hit. Not too much anyway. There we go. Just takes a little while to get there. Wow, we have Ishmael and Hira side by side there. That's kind of neat. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators had been eradicated. For now. Is that all of them? Ryoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave? Had more of the sods legging it from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? Yeah, we're from. The room resembling a shopping mall. The one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh, that's not a shopping mall. That's a collection. Yeah, that's more of a collector's gallery. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia, cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it just like she'd locked in on the decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kinda fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... They even have the cigarette SFX. I don't think I noticed that before. I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragmented as best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began to move toward the corridor of the middle. Araya is always along for the ride. She just can't speak right now. Alright. Dang, how? Oh, we are 1/3 of the way. We're 1/3 of the way through. Gosh darn it, we got quite a ways. I hope I don't have to split this up into 2 parts. That would be way too much.
3일 시작.
Yep, the music is popping. It seems like the shelves are somewhat empty. Huh. The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, I SB thither half of thy worldly possessions. Articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges? I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. Lots of blood splattered all over the place. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those? The LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they were going to set them up in the staff lounge. As for the leather and ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Ota seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you about what I know, so come this way if you want in. These two doors here, made from paper and wood, they connect to S-Corp. We haven't been to S-Corp, have we? What does S-Corp even do? And that one is reinforced with steel. That one leads to V-Corp, back streets where... Having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job, identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this ain't anything new, but I gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as unique as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between the paths. Oh! They got the back rooms here too. God dang it. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be faced by most horrors. Still, our work got considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. It's a door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar salty smell tickled the tip of my nose. And one of my clock hands, not nose. Are we back in U-Corp? We are back in frickin' U-Corp, giant stingray port ship. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Have we been here before? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? That port ship, that Salon du Malu, the private hair salon. What? I don't think we've been here before. The salon? Are you telling me Ricard is gonna show up? Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, doth this signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff, and his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band has severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up I haven't even gotten anyone to spruce up for anymore. There we go. Sweet, can I use them? We were regulars at the Molu place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They'd give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I... what am I even yapping about all excited? Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away, because you reminded of Matthias. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get out of there even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that unaesthetic BC bowl cut? The heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Yeah, I figured. Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryosha seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. Getting reminded of Araya? Is Araya gonna get jealous? It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryosha's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile shit though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, she had her own family to deal with. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I need to know these things if I want to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized I'd never understand the feelings I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened. I guess when Araya was around and what do you call this? Matthias said something about getting rid of Araya. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I've never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking it out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. Wait, a clip? A clip of said... What do you call the conversation? What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going off, "I'm going to school, Dad," in that video. So I'm pretty dang sure. Are you sure that was Ryoshu and not Araya? But I don't... As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that had made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Oh, it was her. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is an... Oh, jeez. A ring school? I'm surprised those kids even come out of there alive. A subsidiary of the ring. Academy? You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it? Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school. What's the difference? Academy of Art. Ryoshin muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. What? Smack for what? Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been fine. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Oh, okay, so it was her. Dad, how do I go to a school? School? Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rian and his pointless... But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? Okay. Well. I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. Wait. They start kids that young? With all the messed up stuff the Ring has to offer? The prescript approves. But Callisto, I tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts, by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Huh? Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. Okay, so they did do all this stuff there too. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Okay, actual school, and I don't see blood splotches on the walls. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram. They had kids do this? Yeah, I guess these kids look like they're already crazy to begin with. Miffed child. I don't know why we were even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right, I don't get what the point of this slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in the book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? Just boring, shallow gore stuff. You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? You mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder his stuff is just as... ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Okay, so she started early with that. Interesting. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike. that's all. I see. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home! Aw, man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smack them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Dude, you're not gonna, like, kill the kids or their parents, are you? Where are you going? You know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Dad'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. Okay, he's about to murder some kids. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sauce don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. Yeah, but the thing is he's gonna kill the kids, not slap them silly. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family? That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Not the kids, but the teacher! I don't know if this is better or not considering the middle, but definitely traumatizing a bunch of kids like this in school, not, or at all, is a, yeah, not great. Huh? There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, there's so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. Okay! Not only did you kill the teacher, but you're also gonna rip the kid's arms? They're gonna die from that. As for the instructors, well, anyone agree that did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. He's literally worse than a Karen at this point. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? No, you are not. How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. You are absolutely right, Callisto. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I don't think she wants to go back to school anymore. Especially if, whenever she gets into a fight, Matthias is just gonna kill everyone? I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna... Yoshihide? Don't wanna go to an academy. Don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. This is probably better for everyone. But damn, Matthias, you did not absolutely have to do that. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety, because I was worried about... I don't remember what. I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. Yeah, I think at this time it was Araya for sure. If something happened to Ryoshu, Araya would be the one who was killed instead. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. Ah, that's kind of nice, actually. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. I feel like Rien also was the least awful, he's just very detached. Oh yeah, didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and he even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories, almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. I feel like that's his way to show that he cares, but you know, he's always using people and yeah. Heads. Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. It just reminds you of what happened back at the academy, and as well-meaning as Callisto was, he didn't really think that through, I feel like. Oh, dang! Sam for short, thank you for the raid! Welcome, welcome! Robo-Unk is peak. Callisto is pretty peak, not gonna lie. Like, Callisto, for all his weirdness, is actually not too bad. Matthias, we're just kind of reminded how terrible Matthias actually is. But yeah, anyway, welcome Raiders. We are in Limbus Company right now, and we are in the middle of the... We're in the middle of the Intervallo. I don't exactly know how far we are, but we're gonna try to finish it today. Don't think I'm as far as you, so I won't be staying long. Alright, thank you though. Thank you. But yeah. Callisto's really caring but bad because of the ring stuff. But without it, it's pretty good. Yeah, that's what I figured. Thank you for the follow, Sam. By the way, for anyone raiding on Twitch, I do mostly also stream on YouTube. So if you want to see all the things I've done before, check out the YouTube channel. I do mostly Blue Archive stuff and some Limbus Company stuff here and there when the new stuff comes in. But also, what do you call this? I also do indie games. But yeah, mostly indie games and Blue Archive and then Limbus Company. So yeah, so please check that out if you're curious, and I'll see you guys around. Made it to 4 episodes in 3 hours. This is pretty long for an intervallo, but we're moving a bit. Started the intervallo 2 hours 40 minutes ago. He did 4 stages. That was her fault. Yeah, I mean, if you got stuff to talk about, sure. You enjoying it so far? I'm enjoying getting the Ryoshu backstory because we didn't get as much backstory here compared to other cantos about other people. So I am enjoying that part. I am enjoying that part. I mean, he went out to talk with Rien about sending Ryoshi to school, handpicked and such. Yeah, the thing about Callisto talking to Rien, though, all Rien could do was like, say whatever the say whatever the prescripts told him. If Rien had an actual choice, he probably would have said, "Nah, probably not a good idea." But he did eventually voice that it's probably not a good idea to do it. And I guess he had in mind Matthias at the time. It's just he wasn't, what do you call this? He wasn't very forceful in saying, maybe let's not do this. But also maybe teach Ryoshi the harsh reality of Matthias and whatnot. Only the dog dagger was not great. Again, that is, I feel like that is Callisto trying to do good, but because Callisto is who Callisto is, making Saru into a sword wasn't the best idea. He cannot think that far out. He does not understand sympathy very well, but he is trying to, he did try his best. The only way he knew how. Still gross, but you know, still gross. Doubt anyone in the city is capable of raising children to what kind of environment the city is. There are some normal people in the city. It's just very, very hard to find. I feel like. Oh, jeez. But yeah, he was sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit could make me feel bad. Also, I feel like there's a lot more cursing in this Intervallo compared to anything else previously to this, which is interesting. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look here. Those blokes walking out of the salon. Don't tell me it's the middle. Okay, you guys are the encounter of the Intervallo. Must we fight you every single time? Favis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Favis scale. However, various evidence, such as their mass and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB, speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sisters in the middle will be here any second. Oh, crap. Yeah, it's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you got an idea. Talk. Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. It's a great idea to walk in the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. Poor Ricardo. I wonder where Ricardo is right now. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the long door before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emerging complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage infiltrators from the Ring. This location, you say? Wait, that door leads to a zone under a Syndicate or a Wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake? It wasn't long before the Falvis began rushing in through the open door. Didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. Can't we just, you know, work with who we got right now? So that we don't keep doing this whole Malkith summoning. It makes me nervous. It makes me nervous that we keep using this Malkith thing while it's broken. And I feel like it's like there's gonna be a drawback to that eventually. Bro crossed the entire city for us. That he did. You think Ricardo's in Hongyan? Really? I mean, he probably is. Technically speaking, we came from Hongyan through a portal to wherever LCB is. So yeah, he could still be there. Ah, man. He's just gonna keep chasing us until we, what do you call this? Until we're dead, or he dies first. But then if we kill him, the rest of the middle is also gonna come after us, so I feel like it's a lose-lose situation. One of these days. If working for Limbus Company sucks, imagine working for the Wayfarer Corp. You suddenly one day enter a Pathfinder work and end up into a place where just being there turns your brain to a smoothie. Ah, yeah, that doesn't sound good at all. That doesn't sound good at all. I mean, they did mention that the biggest issue with the Pathfinder stuff... I'm gonna lower down the volume a little bit. I didn't realize how loud the audio was. The biggest thing with a Wayfarer thing compared to current W Corp is the back rooms, right? And that wherever they go seems to be pretty dangerous. But other than that, it's not too terrible. Like the back rooms exist in this game, which is funny. Are we gonna see the middle in Kanto 10? I kinda highly doubt it. I don't think the middle's gonna be in Kanto 10 if we're gonna be going to N Corp. But we're probably gonna see them eventually again. Though not sure when. If anything, we're probably gonna get more, oh jeez. What was Cromer's thinking? Those guys. Those guys. Because there's another Cromer, apparently. And, they're not gonna be fun to deal with. Nagel and Hammer, thank you. Yeah, let's just hope we don't get another 40 plus battle node. We're probably not gonna do that. They've been pretty good at it. Though, what do you call this? The Intervallo is definitely full of filler fights at the moment. For farming reasons, but still. We will get a Cromer upscale. We're gonna get a Cromer upscale in the form of the other Cromer, Cromer Heinrich. I think that's what his name was. Do you think the other Cromer is gonna show up? The Cromer that we know? Like, I know she supposedly died back then, but do you think she'll come back somehow? That's gonna give Sinclair a lot of nightmares, probably. Or maybe not. No. Gregor's mother is different from the other Cromer. I think the other Cromer is like some board person. Executive of the board of N Corp. That's all I remember from that. But it should be interesting. Yeah. Oh geez, how many more do we have to go through? Come on, Ryoshu. We need some AoEs. Big AoE. Oh, got 1 out of 2. Better than nothing. Gosh damn it, I like this ID. Has anyone used the Fulvis IDs yet? Or the Faust Clanker and Honglu Clanker IDs? I have Faust and Honglu's, but I haven't used them yet. but I need to level them up so I can use them in bleed teams, I think. Not yet? Don't think, unless N-Corp had a clone backup. Just thinking how how we're gonna enter N-Corp since Dante has prosthetics. Yeah, that's gonna be a little rough, isn't it? Well, I guess we'll see when we get there. You have both Ringfaust and Honglu. Incredible IDs, but they're both like Rien Yin Ye Sang. More time past an encounter, the stronger they get. Gotcha. I'm just glad that we're now getting IDs that are worth using, other than what do you call this? Crap, lost my train of thought. Other than the Hay shows. The Hay shows, as overpowered and extremely useful as they were for their shenanigans back in China, I like the IDs that we're getting for this Kanto, that I find using them to be pretty darn more fun than using Hay shows. Hay shows is like, I don't know, pretty brain dead. But at the same time, if you need to clear something quickly, they're your team, and then just add more follow-up attacks from whoever does follow-up stuff. But now we also have some other mechanics that are stronger than that somehow, and also has follow-up. Malfaust, everything is Malfaust nowadays. Malfaust is pretty good by herself even. You don't even need Honglu for that. But you can also just use Honglu solo, and even though you lose one follow-up for that, it's still pretty darn good. Hope we get one last Heisho slot for the complete Heisho team. Yeah, anyway, let's continue. Forget how far we are. We are at 8, so maybe 4 more or so after this. Okay, and that wraps up the Middles corridor. Thanks to you folks who managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Holy crap, the big words. Next up, the Thumbs corridor. But we actually only found a lot of intel lying around there. So we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. They have a basement? Oh wait, maybe the basement's where we fought Gregor. Intel. The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Valencina's shitty scrap papers. She'd be keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Huh. Useless shit? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of here, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions, but whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesara back at P-Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might be just one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. I want to see more Cesara. However, I think the next time we see her, it's not going to be pleasant. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then, with Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, oh geez, this place has seen better days, hasn't it? Yeah. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective, some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Okay, so it's Moses. I'm assuming Gregor's here. And who else? Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu. Ah, okay. Well, Gregor seems to be standing up okay. How's he doing mentally? The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Gregor, are you okay? Last time we heard, you weren't doing so good mentally. And now you visited the place where you went crazy? Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the third time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your armor's stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the slightest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. Wow, are we actually getting therapy in the city? I don't think Moses is doing therapy intentionally. It's just like a different kind of therapy. If we had a past of roaches eating us alive during the fight, what makes people think Lucio's body would be spared? Yeah, roaches, I guess by themselves, don't really do anything in real life. Unless you're dead. So... Oh, wow. Hold up. I don't think I've ever seen this expression on Gregor before, but there's other things I'm noticing right now. And it's probably a little hard to see on screen. Do you notice how long his lashes are here? What the heck? You can actually kind of see them. And I'm like, why? Why? It's so faint. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it starts staring at me in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way. For me. Yeah, what is your trigger? PTSD? I think that's what happened last time. You got a little bit of PTSD, and it kind of went crazy from there. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an insight about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym, as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Really? Okay, let's keep listening. We're just gonna eavesdrop on them and not say hi? Okay. Oh no, I guess, no. Okay, no, we didn't say hi yet. He's just reminiscing. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? Good question. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to... Maybe we'll get you fixed once we get to End Corp, which means it's gonna be during the Mersault chapter. Oh wait, are we flashing back to La Mancha Land? Why? No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? Oh, she's talking about herself. That's why. We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. At the start. Yeah, when things were rocky at the start. But it's different now. We're a little bit better together now. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of all of you as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized I had grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thugs with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. Same arm. My arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception. A potential to be harmless. Weaker than even... Oh, that wasn't a flashback thing. Weaker than even a non-competent like Yi Sang. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst way possible. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that living's gotta live on, and nothing else. Yeah, I think we got a little flashback from Kanto 1 that it just kind of acted out by itself even in the middle of a subway when nothing was happening. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to shove. Well, we can't really exactly kick you off. You're bound to us whether you like it or not. That can't be the right answer, Gregor. We can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Well, now that's something I never expected to hear from you. Well, he is trying to be a little bit more proactive since his Kanto. Guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Oh, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valencina. That piece of work. We can't attach a number of our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you come to a pause to spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both infallible and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, is that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. Wait, you're okay with Ezra? Despite her being, like, freaking loud? That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Ah, man, then you've been dropping eaves this whole time? I don't think I've heard dropping eaves before. I'm okay with this. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner or later. So I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? T.A. Something assistant? Temporary ally? Okay, that works too. No, temporary accompaniment. Is there a difference? Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the thumb nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No, duh. Duh? Was that supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think I just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, don't remind him of that. Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that stuff, and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long enough without the scary lady always looming over him. What's that? What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong cause, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword strings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation, if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. Good quest. Well, he did mention it. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? But bro, what the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously though, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common? I did see one webcomic that had Lucio almost killing Valencina. And she was kind of ready for it too, but he never went through with it. You wish you were Lucio? Aw, you really want to be beaten the crap out by Valencina. If you're into that, but that's more abuse than, you know, than anything. Well, different folks. Different folks. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question toward you, Cineryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the thumb nurse father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine, yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. Oh, really? It's actually in front of us right now? It's got a bunch of barbed wire, so I'm assuming this goes back to the site of the smoke war. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know, I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head of that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But, Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Oh, here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works? Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Interesting. I was kind of ready for her to smack Ryoshu for the bandages, but okay. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her, and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to a battle with a smile. Every battle with a smile. Stop drinking. Stop beating me too. Really now. Like a blissful idiot who forgot she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the Consigliere? How do you say this name? This thing? Consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge of her profanities. Conciliurge. Is that how you spell it? It was pathetic. Hold on. Why though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valencina on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents Smoke War participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? I-Corp? Well, I don't think we know anything about I-Corp. We've definitely been to K-Corp, though. The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there, too. But doesn't that mean the backdoor will drop us into a trench they dig? Wait, doesn't that mean the backdoor will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. That's why Roland and his wife weren't allowed to move to a better wing? I thought, yeah, I know I remember that from Ruina, but what I don't know is what wing they were going into. I guess they just couldn't go into any old wing, or maybe which wing they were promised. I guess that kind of makes sense, but oh well. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. PTSD. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. Yeah, you know what? Shock therapy works. Maybe give it a try. While her suggesting may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Reminisce soldier? Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. Kind citizen? I don't want to die. Oh no, not Yuri. Not Yuri! We're gonna bring her back here? After what we went through in April Fools? It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, you. Alright, happy 15th birthday! But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still... We okay, dude? We doing okay? Guess we're fine. Oh, I haven't even cleared the second part yet. What the heck? I guess we're getting closer, at least. Oh, sure. Come here in number 12. Wait. Fix? Gregor cannot enter as a backup unit. Gregor must be active participant. Okay, I see. Alright, so let's clear all this up then. And then let's put you here, and you, and then you go as backup. There we go. Good enough. Ooh, what office is this? This place. Eh? It's just a boring old office. Was kinda ready to be shook, thinking we were all about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Oh damn, we actually have someone with a face in the back? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. Really? And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you work in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Yeah, if you can help it. The thing is, some places assign you the cubicle and you can't really do anything about it. So that's the best you can do. At least this isn't like Japan. Japan does not have these walls for the cubicles. Dang, now that I think about it, my last cubicle didn't have high walls either. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside to this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. And that's why you install rear view mirrors. You install rear view mirrors in your cubicle. I have done that, and it's helped me quite a bit from people wanting to sneak up behind me. Love the Gregor upscale. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping. Oh well, he's probably gonna get better eventually, but I want to see how he gets better. You know, it's about the journey. Higher ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I'd scuttle up right to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right. I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Really? We're getting a picture of a random NPC here? Gregor? Head manager Ted. Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. Man, you look so out of place compared to everyone else. Hey, it really is you, Gregor. I see some new faces with you. Oh wait, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you got a new employee card right there. Wait, is this an actual place? Did we really just visit his old workplace? What? Okay, this is both funny and very weird because we are getting the corporate experience, a regular corporate experience in the city. Well, so how you been doing? Me, same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. Was the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin? Some kind of metal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Pay good, questionable. How's life? Rough. Very rough. Yeah, look at me. Asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war? Pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found? Blah blah blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Is this what Gregor did back in Metamorphosis? Not that I don't think we ever got any backstory from him there. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? Nepo Force, really? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out, he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. Oh, dang. Is that called embezzlement? No, that's not embezzlement. What's that called? Conflict of interest? I think it's conflict of interest. Yeah. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreet kids like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, you know? Oh, you're from the backstreets? I wouldn't have guessed. You're doing too well for yourself from someone from the backstreets. I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left is to go up. You said something like that before, yeah. And I guess maybe you believe it a little bit more now, Gregor? Yeah, guess my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Eh? That's a pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. Gregor, you're never gonna get the chance. Sorry, maybe after we get through Paradiso, it's not gonna happen. One of the new few NPCs that don't spontaneously get a case of instant death after interaction. I know, right? And this is like such a normal place. It looks weird when you consider the things we've seen so far. The most normal place is the weirdest place in this freaking game. Hold up though, my water just ran out, so I need to get a quick refill and take a restroom break, so be right back. Such a nice music for intermission. I didn't want you guys to be like waiting in the in the stage select This is pretty nice in comparison. Anyway, I'm back. Let's continue. Anyway, yeah, sure, if we get the chance, maybe Gregor can get some drinks with some old co-workers. Oh wait, there we go. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. Dang, this is so weird. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Also, ma'am, I don't think it's allowed to be smoking indoors. You see this no smoking sign? Wait, Gregor's not smoking, is he? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-workers chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean that we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We're not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. From this, yeah. Because I mean, they keep calling you a vet, it means the war is done. And the war is not here. People are living their regular lives. So, should be okay. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. I do wonder how he was able to work when his bug arm has always been, I'm assuming, this way. It's like he can't make this be normal. And he worked in this office environment. I guess it's kind of like this, the same thing where there are definitely vets who have lost limbs and working in a normal environment. How do they do it? I have no clue. Manager Bud. Can't say I give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted. But don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to address even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. And we get out of there with no incident. I was half ready to fight some more Favis in the office and have them get massacred. But thankfully, they're fine, they're normal, and we don't have to add another trauma to Gregor's mind. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... I guess, she was also probably not ready to face a normal life. But these guys are here too. Ready to see Valencina Rodion ID pull like a 40 evade. It's probably gonna be something pretty ridiculous. Ah man, it's those asshats again. Weird. The corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Favis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ring nurse father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all. Dante is so used to this whole killing business. Dang, this place is way too normal. Oh damn, we even have the we even have this background music, the thumb background music. No one exploded, no unnecessary deaths. Are we still playing Limbus? Right? That is so weird. Cannot wait for the middle nurse father Otis ID. Do you think we're gonna get that one next? We should be getting that one next, right? Or either that or Matthias Otis. Yeah, the Matthias Otis or the thumb stuff. Because we're not gonna be getting we're not gonna be getting Pinky Ryoshu for a while. And there, for some reason, people have been saying, nah, Ryoshu is not gonna be the Pinky nurse father. Are you crazy? And I'm like, she would be the Pinky nurse father. Who else is gonna be the Pinky nurse father in this group? I don't know who. I just don't see it. So yeah, either Valentina Rodion or Middle Otis. Who did they say was going to be the Lucio? Was it Gregor? Gregor Lucio? Gregor Lucio with Rhodia Valencina? That would be a weird combo right there. Wait, hold up. Is Heathcliff not any of the IDs? I don't think he is, right? I don't think he is. Huh. Interesting. Alright, well, I need more AoEs, guys. We need more AoEs. Could not tell you the last time I got a recent Heathcliff ID. Heathcliff will get Ricardo on Nocturnal Sweeping Run Trust. That would be too hilarious. That would be very funny. Left out to dry after Kanto 5. Wait, hold up. Did he not actually get anything back in Kanto 8? I don't think he got... Wait, did he get anything even in Kanto 7? What was the last Heathcliff ID? I don't even remember anymore. No. Heathcliff got a Heisho ID. But what was the ID after Heisho? Nothing, right? No, there wasn't anything after Heisho. Oh crap, I forgot to check if that was big. He's staggered. That's okay. W Corp Heath? Yeah, I think W Corp Heath was in Kanto 8 and Heisho. That was a long time back. I think it was Yo Heisho before he got a W Corp? Okay. And he hasn't gotten anything in this Kanto yet. So it's anyone's guess what he's going to get because he doesn't seem to be any of the nurse father stuff or apprentice. So what is he gonna be? I don't know. It can't be Lei Hang because Mersa already got Lei Hang. Huh. Well, I guess also, technically speaking, Mersa is not any of the nurse fathers either. But he is getting some IDs here and there. He's getting one here for this one. Think he might get Lucio just because he takes punishments well? They share a lot of similarities? I see. Oh man, I wish I had Fire Fist Gregor, but I'm saving the shards for now. Actually, no. Can I even get Fire Fist Gregor? Yes, I can get Fire Fist Gregor now. That has been released. Oh, nice. Not gonna lie, I wasn't paying attention to the fight, but these guys clean up.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또
They
하나
got both
늘었네.
taken into another person's care, and they both stayed there for something, someone, even if it hurt them.
이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면
모처럼
Could be
괜찮은
Heathcliff,
예술을
yeah.
보나했더니
As Lucio.
벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군.
What the heck? How big is this stage?
사고도 해야 할
Does anyone know how many well, sorry. Does anyone know how big this Kanto is? Not Kanto. This this Intervallo is, because I haven't even gotten the second thing yet. They're really making a secret for some reason. Do you have to fight? Can we clear you? I guess we can. I guess you can be in the back now. I still kind of want some burn. You know what? Stay here.
그래, 태워보지 뭐.
Stay here. I do want the burn.
의뢰.
오케이. 이럴 것 같아서 되게 복지 맡겨두시게. 복지 준비돼.
Yeah, keep that.
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
발목 잡지 않도록.
We all know we will share shard mommy Benzina for two big reasons. Once we dealt with the Favis who invaded the Thumb Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes, and I think this is the last place unless they go one more after this. And ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Oh, they moved over here. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along because you keep on summoning us. Like, please stop it! It's, you know, you keep summoning us when we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Oh, she got a face full of cream. Today, I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little Sora! Do you still remember Sora, Kira? No, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, she vaguely remembers. She has been erased. Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was an Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index apprentice. Pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and the pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace some of my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air. Invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't... The representations of the Pinky and Index apprentices are... missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else, rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the two apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arayashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. Oh yeah, she did. She did. She was the most anime out of all of them. A skirt? In my Project Moon game, that is not a magical girl? Really? I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade will be cutting through the flows of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you piece some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. Yeah, there is a trade-off to Ryoshu's sword, don't you know? Her level keeps on going lower, and she keeps missing memories. That's kind of bad. Trade-off? There's plenty already. So true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off, sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. TPU? She said, that's pretty unlikely. Ah, okay. Now that Sinclair's back, she can't have her fun of confusing people. Oh, what was that for, Ryoshu? What? Did you just hit me with a sword handle? I didn't do anything. Oh, was that Araya doing that? But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. No, my mommy. My mommy, and only I can understand her. Wow. I won't sit still. I won't sit still. SYLC until you can barely walk. I'll slice your legs completely until you can barely walk. I swear this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like I was irritated by something. Oh, are we actually gonna hear a little bit? Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. Ah, I see. I see. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice is now. It sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard the voice either. Just Dante, because Dante was the only one who heard it. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Yeah, he gets bullied a lot. Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door. So featureless, I could have mistaken it for any dozens of the doors we'd walked past in other nests. Your team's asking us to be worse than Robo-Onk. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. Oh dang, what is this place? I see people's bodies. What is this over here? I think this leads to a basement. And emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked Unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? Ah, so the index is here. That's pretty unlikely is being very likely right now. The index. Signs of life. There were people living down here, up until a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with the prescripts, though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food. Oh, is that what it is? I guess now that I look at it, they look more like canned food of some sort. And the cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned, in body and mind in various ways to match a prescript's liking. Sounds like the guy was as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Are you going to stop us? Friggin' annoying, man. What the heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing a way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Otis, you know something about the prescript gods? I mean, technically speaking, Rien was talking to Hermes. Do you know anything about that? Otis? Otis? Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we're gonna get an idea where this door leads. If Rien's been using this basement, then... I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshu's memories... Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Is it though? Nah. Well, it's interesting because I don't feel like we've fought prescript mobs in this game before. Oh wait, oh crap, this is there's an unfocused battle? Oh, okay. Okay, let's just check really quick when you guys do. Unlocks. I'm assuming there's a lot of unlocks here. Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paper slip is the most commonplace, and the most preferred by many. Okay, we got paper slips, graces, prescripts. When the question we must ask is, how many forms might the prescripts take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society of the Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join and explore the answers together? Okay. A modest yet unassuming and unworthy note. A modest blade, unassuming and unworthy. Yet in following the prescript and fulfilling of its directives, the aid of messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teaching of the proxies, is it slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness? So this thing gets stronger, basically. Well, not a whole lot of note here, but let me just make sure our regular stuff here is good. We got 4? Oh yeah, Kira's doing one of these things. I see. Do we have Kira do something about that? That's okay. Let's go here. Let's put you here. Let's put this here. And I guess we may not be getting thermal blades for Ishmael for this one. That's okay. At least it's not another Faust. And we finally get Faust's index ID from this place after so long. Alright. Need more burn. Need more other things. Alright, how fast are you guys going? 5, that is fast. Oh, everyone's going after Gregor? Really now? Okay, Gregor, you take first pick, I guess. None of this is good. But that's okay. We're gonna cover for you. That's not very good either. Unopposed. Gregor's going after that one. Alright, let's try this again. Gregor here. Let's go after you. Neutral, struggle. Not very good. Let's go after this one. Let's go here, and then... Doesn't really matter where we go for this last one, does it? Let's go this way. Oh, you just had to lose that one. Ooh. Oh wait, this is the pedals. It's like, why is it so shiny? That makes sense. Alright, burn him up. We might not be able to bleed them to death, but we can burn them up. Ooh, one more bullet. How many do we have to beat up? 8 of them, and there's 4 here. I see. Okay, are they all going after the same target? Yeah, they're all going after Honglu. Let's have you clear that. We'll have you clear this. Go over here. Go over here. Counter this one. And then... I think these 2 are gonna die. Let's go ahead and attack this. And we probably need one more on this side. There we go. Nice. Ooh, AoE?
불타올랐군요.
Okay, that's group 1 done. Group 2.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아. 우기면서 뵐 수 있고.
Okay, and then we are much faster now. Thank freaking goodness. Alrighty then. Do you have thermal blades too? No. Oh, we do. We do. We do. Okay. Do I want to go crazy on them now? Sure, let's go. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Let's go here. Let's go here. And unopposed.
재밌겠는데?
대상 확인, 절침탄, 트랜지션, 임상시험 성공. 앞으로 하나.
Ooh. Almost cleared that.
좀더
Nice.
어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Oh, Sinclair, why?
짜증나게.
Alright. Ishmael, what the heck? Oh, I guess her sanity for some reason was kind of low. We are taking some sanity hits for some reason.
속삭.
여기까지 와서
Why is our sanity so low? Why is our sanity going lower?
미리
사람을
말해.
죽이고 싶지 않았다면
Ooh, am I missing something?
말 없이 쏨.
처음부터 거리를
We didn't get hit by that
식으로
much sinking, did we?
쳐내버릴 테니.
Interesting. Alright, let's have you go here. Let's have you go here. May as well start going all out a little bit. Right, you're good. This is not good. Okay, who else was attacking this? He sang. Alright, good to go.
보자고. 완료.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가.
Dang, that did a lot less than I thought it would.
몰라 열받죠? 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
Well, if that doesn't kill you, the burn will.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네. 지금처럼
This is kind of overkill.
되다 보면
This is
앞으로 더 많은
overkill.
층을 개방하고
필중.
더 많은
Do it.
받을 수 있을
Dang.
별로 재미없네.
Furioso on 2 stagger, that's basically almost dead.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많.
Oh, flashback to Araya and Rien, not Shiomi and Rien. Huh. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihu star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the Dihu star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there? Up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning need raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. So even Rien doesn't know what's up there. Wait, we're going there anyway? I guess that makes sense. Oh, game don't freeze on me. There we go.
수행되었지 않은가. 하지만
Oh, dang. We're 2/3 of the way through.
그렇다면 여전히
I'm gonna assume that we got 5 more stages to go.
인가.
Insufficient Incaphalin. Yes, here we go. Eat up.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
Why was Dawn unselected? Huh. I say we have 5 to go, but if these last few are gonna be just these battle ones, I guess we'll be okay.
나도 그들도 모두
Alright, let's make sure. Just make sure we are. They're all going after Honglu. Okay, you go here, you go unopposed. Oh crap. These guys are super fast. Okay, Honglu, where's Honglu? Honglu's here. Alright, you go this way. May as well attack here. Neutral. Neutral? Really? Alright, maybe counter that one. And this one, where do we go? We want to go here.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
Alright, don't let them hit, guys. Sinclair, why? Yeah, we're not supposed to lose that one, Sinclair. Okay.
태어난 곳으로 돌아와.
Petals.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게
All the petals.
세피라들도 결국
And there's 10 of them, so it is gonna be a pain in the butt.
빛의 눈이
Alright, you go here. Yeah, something a little bit easier for you. Should be fine. Gonna give you a little backup. Wait, what? Rian Sang? Okay, who's this one? Honglu? Well, maybe help over here. And then what do we do with you? Guess it doesn't matter who we pick. Let's go.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
Oh, losing the clash. Thank goodness we got Kira here to help. Come on, Ryoshu, we need more follow-ups. There we go.
대상 확인, 절침탄, 트랜지션, 임상시험 성공,
Jeez.
유입판,
난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Oh, did we really get two of them last time? Huh, I thought we had less. And all of them have 4. Okay, who... Nope, 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 nope. Who is going after? Oh, Kira! And they're going after... Going after you. You know, I'll give them a little taste of music. Oh, music is not gonna help! Crap, why is music not gonna help today? Alright, we might be able to do something about that, I'm not sure. Okay, you go... Crap. Who wants to fight that? None of you. Can we counter? Ooh, that's a spicy counter right there. I don't know. That's such a good thing. We are gonna have to try our best with these clashes because that is terrible. We're gonna have to kill you. We got clashes everywhere. We're gonna have to kill you.
하고들 시간이다.
A wonder wall? Dang. Okay, well, I just hope we're not gonna die from this. These guys are a little bit stronger than the last one, and I'm not sure it's because we're getting sinking or my rolls are just sucking at the moment.
방심해.
There we go, Ryoshu. That's how you do it. So I'm also leaving that one guy to Kira.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Stack all the bleed. Oh. Yes.
잠시 아파도 참아주세요.
Very nice. Oh, we didn't go for the full heads.
만들어주는 건
Good enough. Good enough.
마비 교환.
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는
How many more do we have?
어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
7 more. Frickin' A. Okay, Kiara, which one are you going after? That one? Alright, we'll take care of the other ones. Probably go after this guy. Who are they targeting right now? They're targeting you, and you got nothing. Oh, you can handle one. Let's go here. Let's go here. We want orange or blue? We go orange. Maybe go orange here. You go here, and you go here. Actually, looks good.
하고들 시간이다. 잔후회.
I like B Salt. I think that's what they call him. I like the gun IDs that we got from the Walpurgis. There were quite a few people that like were saying that this Mersal is not good. I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? Sure, he's not Lay Salt. Sure, he's not any of the other things that he's not like Cassetti Salt, but I like it. It does pretty good at its job. Its job is AoE. Its job is not necessarily burn. It's not necessarily bleed. They do help, but neither Lay Salt or Cassetti Salt can AoE, and this one has AoE for days, as well as Ryoshu. And I think that's good enough. That's plenty for our purposes for the most part. Like, dang, seriously, meta people. Okay, so I guess we put you back here. Oh, we need to clear these guys out somehow. You can go here, and we will put this one here so we can get some passives. People are too used to Unga Bunga damage IDs, they don't appreciate support specialist IDs. Yeah, I kind of like my, I like making a lot of follow-up IDs work with each other. I also do like, just, you know, AoE in general, because we have so little AoE. And yes, bosses, you don't need AoE in bosses for the most part, but I still find it fun to use, even in those situations. It's not like this game is too hard, right? You just need to know how to work with with the skills that you got.
질리도록 봤어.
And as long as the rolls are high enough and you have egos to punch through some of the harder ones, it's all good. Have fun with it, for God's sake.
그건 더 많이 벌.
I just like shooting things.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네.
Alright, clear them out.
적들을 성공적으로 이끌고 있네. 앞으로 더 많은 층을 개방하고
대상
더 많은 고질서 세금 받을 수 있을 거야.
Now, if this doesn't work on a particular fight, then, you know, we change it up a little bit.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
But if it does
도시에는
work,
내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
just use whatever. Hermes! Hermes! Are you freaking serious now? Why does this look like Roland's bedroom? Not bedroom, living room. What the heck? Is this where Roland used to live? Gosh darn it, Hermes! Stop! The LARP doesn't need to go this far. God dang it. Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. There is, yeah. Right? Looks like just any other average family home. Oh man. I get cleaning up's a chore, but thieves should at least dust their home once in a while. Girl, have you not seen? This place looks like the people that were here died. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too. Though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long while. Could something bad have happened here? Is this Rian's home? Or is this, the Roland home? But the setup looks very much like Roland, though. But there are more toys here than what Roland's place would have. Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee. And they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The door open, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every frame photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? No, he escaped to Roland's death place. But this is most definitely where Rian used to live. Oh wait, actually no, I was speculating all this time and holy crap, it actually says Rian's home up here on the top left. I'd never read that area. So it's like, I just looked at the background, I was like, oh, crap, this is Roland all over again. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Makes a lot more sense. This is where he used to live. He had his wife and daughter here. And the day when they had to die, yeah, things happened. And, what do you mean you never went up here, Rian? Did you not know this was your home? Old home, anyway? The index nurse father, Rian. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, he didn't. There's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again. But something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. The waves. The waves. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. That's a drawing his daughter made.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나
Wow.
했더니
Sangria?
벌써 애를 전부 채웠군.
Oh, we got more favos again.
방지할
Wait,
사람도
hold up.
해야 할
This is a
일이
dungeon. Okay, so this is the last place
돌아가자.
that we're gonna go into, meaning we have more things in here. Let me see. Do we want to change anyone? If target has 6 burn. Right, so this Gregor doesn't really have a burn. Kinda, sorta, but not as good as the Liu one. I guess it does have some burn. I kinda wanna use this, but I don't know if it's gonna work as well as this one. Yeah, well, we have burn in every coin. We just don't have burn count. You know what? Let's switch you over. Switch you over for this one. And for you, I need to get more IDs for you. Get defense down, defense down, defense down. We don't have a lot of defense downs on most skills. So it's kind of nice to see a on-inflict get defense down thing. I do need to level this up though, but we're gonna keep this for now because I don't think we're gonna go this far back. Do we do anything with you? Nah, you're fine. You are fine. Do I at least have the passive here for you? We at least have passive. Oh, but not support passive. Oh, crap. This isn't gonna do me any good if I can't get that. Do we have any blues here? We have blues, so meaning I should at least get your support passive up. So let's go ahead and up-tie you to 3.
들켰다. 너희들부터 뒤로 물러서 내가 응사할 테니까.
Alright. Let's skip this story because we don't need this right now. Alright. Skip. Skip a. And what about Faust? Do we get anything from this? Target of the slowest ally has -1 clash power if they have +3 negative status effects. I think we need to change that out. Not really sure to put for the support. Maybe you? When hit, allies that equip defense skill on their slots this turn inflict 4 bleed to the attacker. Ah, that's kind of interesting. Not sure if that's something I can use at the moment though. What about this Rio? What about this one? Fastest speed inflicts rupture damage. Do we have greens for this? Who uses greens? Oh, I guess you do. All right, let's put the Heisho in here. Good enough for now. Let's go. Wait, where am I? Gotta go back here. All right. It's dungeoning time. The last place for this Intervallo. After leaving Rien's quarters, we explore the Index Corridor for a while. Oh right, of course, we had to go to Shiomi's area too. Forgot that was an actual area. But didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Great work. Now that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay, glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but... Wanna take a look around here anyway? Sure. I thought Ryosha would be against it, but I guess she's wanting to get some more memories back. At least we got some memories of Araya in the past, but not enough for her to like think, oh hey, maybe this scabbard might be someone I used to know. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky nurse father's room had a peculiar structure, as in what? It looks very Japanese. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. Oh yeah, I guess it's a bit of a maze? And even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. It's one of those ones. If you don't go at a certain sequence, you're gonna end back where you started from. There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone you'll have met too, I think. Is it Rien? Were you... not Rien, Ren? Is it Ren or is it Araya? I wonder if she hung out with both of them. It was, must be another one who was severed by the Araya Shiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky apprentice. I tick-tock, but no one really here seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So, when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. Cooked for Araya, but not necessarily for any of the nurse fathers. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scab is shaking. I'm guessing Araya didn't think that Ryoshu cooked all that well. The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. Araya did not like your cooking. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her if you ask me. What did you usually make? Box lunch. Box lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF, what? Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages? Is that a typo? Sausages into octopus shapes? Cause it's adorbs, that's why. Did she do it right? You know what? That's not actually too bad. A little skinny in the middle, but that's not too bad. What's that? Sausages carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. I don't think it's supposed to be that realistic. Oh, we get to see Araya again. Oh, she's a cutie. Hold up. I need a screenshot even if it's just a close-up. Where's my screenshot button? No, hold up. Where is it? There we go. Ah, that's cute. And the big one too. Wait, wait. Why is her kitchen knife serrated? Serrated knives in the kitchen usually are not meant for this kind of thing, and also she kind of cut the counter a little too heavily. Okay, no. Ryoshu, I think, never learned how to cook properly from anyone around here. Actually, who cooked for them? I wonder who did like the house chores and stuff. Like who did the laundry? Who did the cooking? Who did the cleaning? It can't be it. She was the only kid around there before the apprentices came. So who did all of that? There's got to be some upkeep around here. Is it all the SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is it so important? Isn't it all the same destination once it goes down the gullet? But mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. I don't understand. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. Yeah, I got that. That's when you say I don't know, Mom. IDK. Shakes my head. These must have been some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me, and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Oh, that's kind of sad. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places. Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Mersaw, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So, there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they'd send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Ah! It's the lady that Rodion is cosplaying as. Wolf mask? It really is as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? No, he's 2 blocks down. That's where you want to go down there. The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Falvis we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. And holy crap, she is busty as heck. But a subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of fox civility. Sure you're that right address, lady? Robo-Onk stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there are no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly I was reminded of what Rien said moments before he fled from the corridor, through the corridor. But let them observe us too freely. What is that? The Falvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu just as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Oh, we actually get to see your face. Interesting. Yoshihide. The Master coveted the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Sorry, hot lady, but I don't think I'll be coming with you. Though I do like your fit. It is very nice. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unesthetic animal mass? As expected, Ryota declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. And Araya too rattled angrily in the Dawson's general direction. Then I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? No, she's probably tougher than me by my maxed out stats. Oh wait, tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests she is a docent of the school of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of the capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune even Lei Heng. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Heng. Our chances are ho-hum? Half or half? What? Half or more? I like those odds. Half of half or more. That is smaller than half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one as Callisto. Why, everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre, recovering from the house, were more tools than art. The sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness by presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observe above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the verity in which you scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Have you been scratching at the walls and floors, and then also doing that in the name of art, Broshu? Dang. I mean, yeah. Scratches on... aesthetic scratches are a thing, but still, I didn't realize you were doing that. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It'll be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnants that dubs itself corporism. A movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Oh gee, she is going off. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like the beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that change the mind. What is a man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we find which we call the fauve, the wild beast? These are the subject matters that have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I consider some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the ring's art. Or not, I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Didn't the site you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness on the connecting suture. Wow. You gotta give Ryosha some credit for her artistic carnage. Your blade work too shows us multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly, a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. Ooh. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Wow. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fainting gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Ryoshu readied her scabbard. Are we getting an art lesson from Ryoshu now? At least for them, before they die? Pointillist, Favis, Suprematist. So I don't think I've heard of Suprematist before. Blaw-Raters, Cubis. I've visited my share of the Ring's galleries, heard their commentaries. But none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchwork of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. Minimalism is also easy, and someone can just put an empty canvas on a wall and call that art. Wow, I feel like she's calling out artists, all the artists out there. You're right. What's beyond most is making it succinct. The art of abbreviation. Never mind, she's a minimalist. Alas, if all is won by one abbreviated way, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this, a minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. So you are going smaller and smaller? Less and less until you can't go less anymore? Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, like a distinct lack of any meaningful striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Ugh, painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics, Really, we are fighting her because we are getting into a art debate? God dang it, artist. I, a dozen of Lafavism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. And we gotta go through a dungeon for that? No, it's not a dungeon. But we are using we are using modules for this. Okay, what do? Let me double check to see if everyone's normal. Mold color. Okay, that one's normal. Are you normal? Bleed sinking, mold color blue, mold color blue. What is mold color blue again? Yeah, there's a sinking one. Okay, anything else here? Rings the docent of Favism gains 2 protection for every allied Favis student of the ring. Okay, get rid of the ads. If this unit used critique in this encounter, gain 2 protection and heal 5 SP instead, starting from the next turn. At lower than 15 SP, double SP healing effect. A negative 15, okay. If there are no allied Favis of the ring, gain 2 fragile. Okay, we definitely need to get rid of the ads. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has 1 attack weight, if there is an allied student of the ring, have said unit take the attack instead. 2 times per turn, excluding assist, okay. Turn end, critique, allied Favis student, ring defeated this counter, refills vacancy with the same student unit. If use critique. We gotta watch out for critique, okay. Every turn, student refill the vacancy due to this effect. Gains fragile and defense level down max 10 each turn. Okay, so they keep getting weaker and weaker if they get filled in. Good to know. But we want to get rid of them completely if possible. Combat and 1 pallet vibrance next turn. What does this do? Take percent damage from the ring faction units if attackers are ring school. To sinners that have mold color red, blue, and hardy simultaneously. This is different. What does this do? While this unit has this effect, double amount of HP and SP damage this unit takes from bleeding and sinking. 1 stack only. Lovely. 3/6/9 of any of them, or each of them. Inflict 2, 3, 4 pallet vibrance instead. Amount inflicted is based on effect. Okay. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose. We Lefavs are the ones who are awoken and express the ferocity of the what we call wild beasts among them. Okay. Random offense and defense up to allied Favis. Okay. If they're staggered, recover them from stagger. So they can't be staggered. All attack type and affinity resistance of students who recover from stagger become fatal. Can't be staggered, but they still have the fatal thing. Okay. If they panic, heal to 45. Wow. Fixed panic? Gain effects. What's fixed panic? This unit's panic type does not change. Okay. Instead, this unit is inflicted with an effect and inflicted with targets with 70% HP, gain a new pattern. Oh, okay, so that's where the stagger point is. Gotcha. Remove all effects other than those exclusive to this unit. And then we get a new pattern. Heal up to 45. Lovely! This is gonna be a fun fight, isn't it? Anything interesting here? Fragile. Okay. Anything interesting here? Not really. Alright. Someone... Okay, we need to... You're taking that one, are you sure? Okay, you take that one, we take these two. We'll take these two. Nah. I think I want someone else to take care of that. Yeah, okay, you're good. And then... You go here. Oh, that's on a post. Right, so let's have you go here. Let's have you go here. Neutral. That's okay. Who's going after this? Block it. Yeah, block it. Alright, good enough for now. Let's go.
부드럽게.
Wait, I don't think I know what critique is. I think I have to see which of our skills are critique.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Crap.
이거 건강 맞지? 안 무섭긴 한데. 아무튼 슬램! 매뉴얼을 만들어주길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
These are not too tanky. Oh, Kira, 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 nice! Much bleed. Actually, no bleed. Oh, we do have Rian Sang though, so that should help as this fight drags. Oof. Okay. Let me double check. Which one has the...
어디서나 별건 차이가 없네.
Wait, which one is... where is the critique? Critique? Is it a status? No, that's not that one. That's not here. Touche Hardy. Oh, it'll be inflicted regardless. Gosh darn it. I'm guessing critique's this one over here, this locked one. Alright, where is the target? Target's over here. That is not good. Okay, what do we do here? What's happening? Where is Kira attacking? You're attacking over here? Alright. Let's go here. Guess this is fine for now. Do we go orange? Do we go red? Let's go orange. And then hopefully these will be okay. Crap. We are struggling as heck around here. Okay, who wants to take this one? Hohenheim. Gregor. Alright, and I guess we want to try to get rid of one of these guys. Hit. Hit. Alright, that's as good as it's gonna get. Let's go.
부드럽게.
Ooh,
짜증나게.
that looks fancy.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
I should look at the resistances, but I'm just more interested in getting hits in at the moment. Oh, staggered.
이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
But you're gonna be fatal anyway, so it's okay. I feel like bleed would work really well for this fight. Shogun bleed team. Oh, oh, ooh, very nice. Or not.
마비 교환.
I can't tell. Did Greg win that? What the heck is this? Oh my gosh, critique? What does critique do? Target fix for every 2 types of negative effect. Clash power plus 2 for every negative effect on target. If target has palette vibrance, clash power plus 6, deal 100% damage. If target is equipped defense skill while having palette vibrance, clash power plus 6, and deal minus 90% damage instead. Clash lose damage from the skill, does not stagger target, on hit does not do sinking. Okay, who is it targeting? Okay, so I guess everyone is just gonna take a critique and defend against it. All right. This one is you. This one is you. This one is Yi Sing. This one is... Actually, can I even attack? Let's see, who has Palette Vibrance? Let's see. You do not. So it's the one with Palette Vibrances that I probably should be aware of. I don't think anyone has Palette Vibrance, do you? No, you don't. You don't. I think we can attack, actually. Let me double check. If target has Palette Vibrance, and I don't think anyone does. Which we should be able to attack. While having Palette Vibrance and... yeah, if they have Palette Vibrance and then we defend, then the damage goes down. Okay. Wait, what happens on Clash Lose? On Clash Lose... does not stagger, does not trigger sinking. Okay. Reuse coin to max. Alright, I guess we're just gonna tread carefully. Okay, so this one... I'm gonna have you defend anyway because this is just not a good matchup for you. You had to solo this one? Were you using mobile or... We're using mobile or what do you call this? Desktop. I haven't had this game crash on me on desktop yet. On mobile, I see. I can see it. I can see it definitely. Okay, Honglu. Well, so far the clashes look pretty okay. Okay, well, good luck. Favorite is not bad. Maybe I should just defend it. Actually, maybe I just should have defended. Yeah, I don't know if attacking was the right answer here. Because she still has the ads, and we need to get rid of the ads, and the ads have counters, and they're protecting her. Oh no, but it only triggered twice, so I think we're okay. Maybe. Well, her sanity has gone down into the negatives. Someone died. Okay, one of the enemies died. Good to know. Okay, no more critique then. Anything else new showed up? No. Alright. Keep going after the enemies and we will clear them out. Hopefully, eventually. Alright, who do we go to? Let's go here. Maybe not there. Wait, where is Kira? Kira, you're going after this guy? Alright, we are gonna go after here somewhere. You are here. This can go here. I think I want you here. Yes. Actually, no, this guy. Yeah, that way we can hit you too. Let's see. Hit middle. And then we can... maybe we can do a resonance. Maybe not the best time to do a resonance. What's this one? Speed units 1 or lower. Wait, what does it do again?
안타깝게도 내 숲에 있는 이들은 이미
If this unit speed is 1 or lower, if target is dazzle,
괴수를 죽이는 것뿐이지.
may as well use a skill 3. You know what? I will take it. Do we want to dodge this? Let's just dodge this one. Go.
하고들 시간이다. 잔우에.
Oh, did we get rid of one? Nice.
너니까
That's one less ad to worry about later.
짜증나게.
2 ads less.
대상 확인, 절침탄, 프렌치샷,
3 ads less.
임상시험 성공. 여유 판단.
Oh, Honglu pushed through. Surprising. Nice dodge.
잘 보이는군. 내가 구해야 할 자가 누구인지.
Very good.
여기까지 와서
We only have one
망설일 수
ad
있지
left,
않을
and
것 같았어.
she
사람을 죽이고
is
싶지 않았다면 너희도
starting to
세트라니까.
freak out a little bit.
처음부터
Good to
거리를
know.
하지
Good to see.
말았어야지.
Good to see. Okay, Kira, which one are you attacking? You are attacking, but it is one-sided. All right. Wait, who's this? Oh, oh, we have Rian Sang doing things. Rian Sang Lee. Okay. Well, let's have you. Do we want a resonance there? Yeah, I guess let's go ahead and do it. Let's attack here. Let's attack here. She's probably gonna be staggered, or we're gonna go into a, what do you call this? We're gonna go into next phase. So I guess we should save that. It is very tempting, though. Very tempting to use. All right, I think that should be good.
하고들 시간이다. 잔우에.
이중격
Yeah, she does get into a new phase once we get stagger points, so I should save it.
짜증나게.
Oh, is that the? Oh yeah, that was the ad. And now she has no more ads.
이 경정 속에서 타올라라.
How close are we? I didn't check to see how far it was left. And here is a part where I wish I went with a bleed team. But I didn't go with a bleed team because, well, burn still would work. It would still work here.
돌아가라.
We have B salt to activate some stacks, I think.
도시에서는 누구도
Oh, we have
자유롭지
more
못해.
art
저
critiques.
손님이라고
I just want to see where your breakpoint is. It is at 1878. Okay. I think what we can do here. Does it end the turn right away? End turn if this is panic. No, that's not it. Where is it? At 70% gain a new pattern. Okay, I guess it doesn't end right away. So let's go ahead and just deal with this. Does anyone have the... what is this called? Palette Vibrance. Does anyone have Palette Vibrance that I need to know about?
가깝게도 내 숲에 있는 이들은 이미 모두 죽었어.
Yeah, I don't think you do, but I think I saw someone
괴수를 죽이는
probably has
것뿐이지.
one. Do you?
육체적 손상만을 위해 설계되었으니
You do not.
정신력 회복을 위한 직원을 찾으셨다.
Do you?
어른일 뿐인가 보구려.
You also do not. Oh, you have one thing, but no palette vibrance. How about you? You got marks, but no palette vibrance.
사실 말씀이
You are
있나요?
clean, you are clean, you are clean. Alright, I think we can attack.
회복 탄환을 쏠 거라면
Let me
미리
double check
말해.
you. You have
저번처럼
petals.
말 없이
Alright, I
쓰면
think we can attack.
또 검집으로 쳐내버릴 테니.
Which one is this? Let's save the skill 3s if we can help it. Maybe a skill 2? This one is... Who's this one going to? Oh, this is going to you. And this is going to... Honglu. This is going to you. I do want to get the thermal blades on Ryoshu, so I'm just going to go ahead and counter that. Save that. And save the skill 3 there. Let's go.
재밌겠는데?
속삭.
Okay, it keeps going. Oh, it's not voiced! You are worthy of the privilege to behold my prized needlework.
공포에 사로잡힌
So she just puts on her furry mask and that's it?
어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
Oh, she's got a lot of protection. I don't think we want to try to go off on her just yet. Let me double check. Is there anything new here? Turn start, gain 8 protection. 2 fewer protection at turn start for every type of negative status effect on this unit. Okay, we still need to do that first. Flash lose using burst forth pulsing crimson. Gain 2 fragile instead for this next turn. Okay, we still need to keep going with this. Holy crap, she is fast. Alright. We are... Where is, you?
기술 봤어? 디테일 진짜
Okay, you got
잘하네.
thermal blades. That's all I needed to know. You got thermal... Oh crap, not that one. I may want to start using some egos here. Alright, time for a little music if it is gonna help, and it is not going to help. How about... will this work? No. Okay, that'll work. I just need to figure out what's going on here. That is not a good clash. Let's have you attack this last one. You can attack this one. Save that skill 3. Ah, crap! I may have to use it up. Fine, use it. Maybe not there. Here. Actually, can I use something else here? No, that's struggling. Alright, fine. Where is this one attacking? Nothing's going after this Ryoshu. Okay. Where is Kira attacking? Kira's attacking over here. I think one of these attacks are gonna get through. May not have a choice there. This one? Okay. Hopeless, hopeless. Good enough, I will take it. Alright, we go.
재밌겠는데?
She has way too much protection. We need to get rid of that somehow.
이겨버리겠어.
Wow, 1 damage. We'll take it. Yeah, this is me wishing I went for a bleed team. But also we need as many status effects on her as possible, so maybe this isn't so bad.
절충탄 트랜지션 확산탄 임상시험 성공.
Oh, nice.
모든 무상무정 시선해봐야 문제 없나 해도 기꺼이 저 풍진 세상으로.
Oh, you okay? I think he's okay.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Man, Kira, you shouldn't have used your skill 3 just yet. Did you not see how much protection she had? Alright, did that do anything?
너희 보조사사들은
Let me see. I think we got rid of it.
한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아.
No protection, no fragile,
너희도
but
마찬가지일 테고.
I think this is good enough to try to do something, so I'm gonna do something.
단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
What's this doing? Thrill of Inspiration, what does this do? Can clash with a skill regardless of speed. Final power +1 for every type of negative effect. Clash win plus 10% for every negative effect. Clash lose minus 75%. Inflicts 2/3 less stacks of other stuff. Damage of skill does not stagger target. On hit does not trigger sinking. Okay. Who wants to take that? You? You. Alright, everyone else. I think it's time to unload. May not have fragile, but that's okay.
부드럽게.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
격정의 마음을 모방하겠어.
Oh. I probably should have saved that a little bit more. She's still hella tanky. But that's a decent amount of damage, I'll take it.
제한 종료.
At the very least, she's gonna get fragile next turn.
이거 금방 맞지?
필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay despite despite the jumping the gun a little bit.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
Sinclair actually wins.
앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이 잘 보인다.
Yeah, total misplay. That's okay.
딸아이도 이 상처를 기억하고 있으면 좋겠죠.
불만을 해소해준 보람.
What is this?
내가 안전하게 지켜줄.
지금처럼 적들을 성공적으로
What does this do?
이끌어보면 앞으로 더 많은
Purchase target with
시간을
Allied Vibrant. Skill does not trigger defensive skills. Excludes Clashable Guard. Can clash with a skill regardless of speed. Alright, I guess we just pile on. Who wants to clash it? You? I think I want a better clash than that. Who wants to clash it? You. Okay, we'll have Rian Sang clash this one. Let's go.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
Still pretty good. Not gonna lie, that looks cool as heck.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네.
Oh, I can only clash with one
지금처럼
person.
적들을
Crap.
성공적으로 이끌다 보면 앞으로 더 많은 층을 개방하고 더 많은 보조 사서의 도움을
That's
받을
not
수
how I
있을
expected
거야.
that to go. It's good. We are good. Okay. All right. Wait, what's happening here? Hopeless. Hopeless. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough.
애고 강도 증폭.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
Burst.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Please give me some. Please give me some good coin flips. Good coin flips. Come on. Oh, we are hitting. We're hitting all the heads. Nice.
사람만큼 훌륭한 음악을 만들어주는 건 없어요.
That's so many heads. Almost there. Come on, just a little bit.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
Come on, just a little bit more.
앞으로 하나.
Oh, there we go.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
Here I had the final blow.
유익한 책이
Dang.
또 하나 늘었네.
That was a pretty neat
도시에는
fight,
내가
actually.
모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다
Not too
보니
terribly hard. It's just you gotta find the timing for the attacks, and it's
하지만
not the easiest thing to do.
아직 기약은 없구려.
Is this the last one?
그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도
Good memories.
인가.
Yeah. See? You're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the Faust's wings, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps... I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The Delson raises her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do now is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the Dawson suddenly went limp, like a marionette whose strings were cut. Did she just die? Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we made foes with yet another finger, the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. The Sinners have gotten very strong, they really have. It's mostly due to the IDs. I don't know if you can get the same results if you use base IDs in this fight, though I don't know if people are still using base ID challenges like they used to. But at the very least, the IDs are doing huge work. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass half out here. Fighting my ass half, where did I get half from? My ass off out here. Her Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. We won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, long as we're with Clog. BB, Big Bad? Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger. Like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we've a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Huh? Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out through the door we've entered through and appeared from behind it as one of those things. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the outside world. Oh wait, right, this is Shiomi. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs, as my feet would carry me, as the others of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of Wings and Backstreet. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Cross the broken door we might, however, it avails to us a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor, before it returns us to this room. Rooms now locked in a loop with a starting point. It won't matter what door we open. So are we stuck here? How do we get out? Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. I don't think we should be stuck here for that long. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rhodia. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. You didn't bring any snacks this time. Well, we're boned. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the L-Corp branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're gonna have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oi, wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving parts of his heart. And I don't think Araya is gonna let her do that. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of the doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk. That of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. That wolf lady's last words, man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, Heathcliff. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Araya, are you gonna let her do that? Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. Are you okay with this, Araya? The white blade soon reveals itself. Araya is okay with this. Okay. And cuts across the wall where the door used to be. Naturally, as the Arayashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshu's memories. We were really getting somewhere. And we lose another Araya memory. The thin strands of Araya's image, who had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya unleashed the blade without hesitation. Released the blade without hesitation, yeah. And it's okay, we'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshu's memories. Gosh darn it. You're too good of a kid to try to get us out of here sooner than later. Okay, I guess we continue. Where are we going to next? It's gonna be Mersal's turn soon, but he doesn't know it. Ah, welcome back. Question: what exactly was the point of verifying every backdoor within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Are we talking about the Second Smoke War? Second Smoke War coming soon? Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice. Considering what he's saying. Prepare for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. So there's gonna be another wing war, and this is where we get the second wing war, is it? But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking? Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base. and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. So we instead decided to have Ryoshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet. Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up, glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. An evident truth that such a result could not have been replicated had it not been in my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab anything passing research and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, "Oh, okay, you talk too much." Shut the fuck up. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line, and much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. And why are you aren't you saying anything? Give me the test results now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. You think Yoshihide would ever use known acronyms straight? What if something like sheesh, that's a full day, unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. A machine translation? What else? Okay. Not shut the fuck up, but she's such a full day unwind after work? Wow, Kira. How she lies as she breathes. Okay, no, that's exactly what she meant. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sod? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. I guess you're talking about Pilot? Glad Miss Sod wasn't here for that. That kid, right. I don't remember his name. At least now we can figure out what she forgets. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did. Among other miscellaneous deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Yeah, okay, we can forget about that one. No one's gonna worry about that. Fie upon it! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me had been thrown into utter destruction? I don't think anyone cared, to be honest. I'm sorry about that. Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days' worth of memories for just a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Dragon Heath forgets stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Araya Shiki, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. So now Araya can pick and choose which memories to cut? Is that what it is? That's kind of handy. But also, she's just gonna make sure she's not cutting herself up, which is probably a good thing. Ryosho looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Ryosho's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinner Ryosho's memories are to be erased at a cost of using Araya Shiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryosho regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking. It was a precious memory, wasn't it? You've performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It becomes rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryosho said, forgotten but not lost. Remember. Clock. You just stepped foot into the world of sangria. Huh? She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it, the golden bow. What used to be here in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryosho's gaze traced the invisible, the imperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sodden Pilot and Recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all the loose ends tied up, we managed to finally, after so long... It's been a freaking long time since we've been in the bus. Very, very long time. 2 contos worth. Many, many months. Kind of feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Oh wait, Kira, you're coming with us? Is that okay? Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. Okay, so she's not coming with us, she just saw the bus and decided to check it out. I asked team leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it'll bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by chance there's a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nods. So, what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits. But to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? Kira? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribbles over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye to them while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into a long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Well, she's gonna be walking around for a while then. But hopefully they don't decide to, like, get rid of her. Hopefully we'll see you again, Kira. You've been pretty good. Sounds like they're both just here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. Well, I am not very partial to mathematical statistics. Like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide? What? I wouldn't say we're exactly family, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, see you later. Did I do that right? SYL? Nah, I think that's still pretty... I don't know if that's common, but SYL is definitely still usable. Acronymize it into L later. And call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus and... No sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn after so freaking long. Bringing us closer and closer to a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Alright, where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. That's now more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, isn't it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N-Corp. And no one liked hearing about that. Especially, Gregor. Now, how does Mersault react to that? So we are going there after all, N-Corp. Plenty of faces I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N-Corp, Mersault, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading with the same unchanging expression. And Mersault's like, probably doesn't have anything to do with me. Time to read the newspaper. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing. Vroom vroom. Wow, it's been forever since I heard vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. And I think that's the end of the Intervallo, and I think we might be getting another Walpurgis soon. Well, maybe not soon, but eventually. Let me pop out from here. Damn, woke up too late. VOD it is then. Hey Zero Diva, welcome. Yeah, this Intervallo took a little bit longer than I expected. Dang, 6 freaking hours? And that's like basically barreling through all of that and not what do you call this? Getting too distracted. Like, I didn't mind the discussions that we had. It's just that I tried to go as fast as possible, just because I knew it was gonna take a while, like most of these things do, but I didn't realize this particular Intervallo was gonna be 6 hours, and not the usual right around 4. There was just a lot of stuff packed into here, and yeah. Wait, is this? Oh wait, you know what I didn't notice? As we were going through this, I didn't realize that Araya was slowly twisting her thread and like slowly reforming herself until we had to cut it here, and I was like, not again. It's gonna take a long time to redo all that stuff again. But at least now Araya can help a little bit with, if Ryoshu absolutely has to use the sword, then Araya can at least help her figure out which ones do we not need to keep. And if Don Quixote keeps on retelling her stories, then, you know, those are pretty easy to pick out. And she doesn't need to remember that. But yeah, a nice little chapter, to say the least. So, Kira Announcer is so peaked too. You have to roll for her, right? I don't think I'll be able to get her anytime soon, but maybe it'll spook when Walpurgis comes, because I'm gonna be rolling during Walpurgis for sure. But yeah, I think that's gonna do it for me, guys. It is super late now for me. It's like 1 a.m. So I think I should end things here. Thanks everyone for joining. I guess I'll also grab Mersal while I'm at it. You grab Mersal while I'm here. There we go. At least the farm for this one should be pretty easy. Well, relatively easy. You still kind of have to go through the boss, and the boss itself is pretty long. But at least you don't have to go through a dungeon anymore to farm. So that should be a little bit easier, at least. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me. Thanks everyone for joining in, and I'm actually quite surprised for I'm actually quite surprised by chat. Not any spoilers that I recognized anyway came through today. So good job. Let's keep it up for the rest of the other Limbus playthroughs. You're gonna try MD15 All Adversity someday. I'm not. It's not one of the things I'm looking to do. For the most part, there's other things I want to work on, and I'm just gonna focus on story stuff for Limbus Company, as far as the channel is concerned. So, but if there's like a railway happening, and the railway is like the major thing happening, sure, maybe we'll do a railway. But I'm not looking forward to doing a MD15 mirror dungeon anytime soon. I did try going past 5 one time on my own, and it took me, I feel like it took me like almost 4 hours to get through MD10, and it's like, nah, I ain't doing that. That's way too long. There's probably a faster way to do it, but for the life of me, I just don't have the patience for that. So sorry. But yeah, I will be back next week again. I'm gonna try to get the schedule out before the end of the next day, I guess today, technically. And it's probably gonna be another 3-day schedule. So just keep an eye on that on Twitter or in the YouTube community post. Again, for the people coming from Twitch, thanks for dropping by. I do also do stream on YouTube, so please check that out if you're at all curious of what all the other stuff that we've done so far, because Twitch does not keep all the VODs. It definitely does not. Ruka Unk is the best. I take that as a compliment, actually. I'd rather be called Unk than Daddy. Someone called me a DILF once, and I'm like, okay, I can kind of see it, but I feel weird being called. I feel weird being called a DILF or Daddy in general. Unk is fine. I will take Unk. I will take Unk. So I am definitely on the old side. So I just don't like talking about my age because it makes me feel insecure. But yeah. All right. Anyway, I gotta sleep. I gotta sleep, guys. See you later and have a good rest of your day. Goodbye.